Sorry, bros, I was feeding the dog. Because as I was walking by his bowl, I realized it's empty and I haven't fed him in the morning, which I had to rectify my mistake. Discord hoodie. Ain't no way. I have not one but two Discord hoodies. And I do stream in them pretty often, I guess. I wear them at home. I don't wear them outside much. Recently got a haircut, yeah, like 2 weeks ago. Can you give away one? No. I mean, it probably won't even fit you. Like, it says Discord partner, and are you a partner? You're not. Wear all of them at once. Oh, it's way too warm for that now. Let's gonna play the Hammer Prelim, but first we're gonna play a match of the Machine Draft League. Let's join draft queue. Imagine wearing a Discord hoodie outside, yeah. I would rather not. I did that a few times, but then I realized that what I'm doing and I stopped. We're not playing with Grixis battles, so let me update the deck list to Hammer White. Oj, bułka, się spierdzielaś. Śmierdziuszku. When are you leaving for the PT? Monday. I think I have my Esta ready. I'm not sure. No, I'm sure I do have it. But I'm not sure if I should do anything else. Kinda... always thinking hard if like I have not forgot about something before going for a trip like that, and I never know. Are you a terrorist? Yes, no. Yeah, have I helped developing biological weapons? Yes. Explain. No, I haven't. The questions are pretty funny. For sure, no one will clip that and cut in the right moment, right? Yeah, and for sure, it will be sent to FBI agents, and they will, or some other agents, and they're gonna deny me my entry to States because of that. New YouTube short. I need to make a YouTube short with something. I need to say something funny today. Or informative, chat. Come on, prompt me. I need something. I need some material for a YouTube short. I had like some inklings, but I didn't like them, and I didn't want to follow up on them. 9/11. Good one. But I'm not sure if it's marketable. Will there be a new vlog about your PT journey? There will. Do the ice water bucket challenge. Good idea. I think it's a little bit passe now. It's a little bit of an old-time thing. There will be a vlog, and if Zerk wants to show up in the vlog, then there's gonna be Zerk 4 face reveal, chat. In it, I guess. Yeah, Zerk is actually going and staying with me in the same place, and we're actually testing together. The Prelim starts in 27 minutes. Canister, what is your hot take on Merktide being a 49% win rate deck? I think if we had data for Legacy, Delver would also be 49% win rate. Take that for what you will. Right, while we are waiting for the queue to fail, which takes 4 minutes, that's insane. Let's check. What are the best game in hand win rates? According to 17lines.com. Sunfall. Best card, 69% game in hand win rate. It's Premier Draft, Strat Draft. Sunfall. Siege Shark. Valkyrie. Jaldred, Vorinclex. Glissa. So rare is good. Invasion of Amonkhet, one of the better uncommons. Where is Ragavan? Ragavan probably not that good. 59%, like still a great card, but below Invasion of Segovia. Opening hand win rate. Ragavan, yeah. Makes sense, right? Makes sense. So just have opening hand Ragavan. That's the solution to everything. Then Chrome Host, Seed Shark. Sunfall's still very high. The sun is really just really good. Maybe I should play this card in standard somehow. It's so good in limited. Let's open a Sunfall. Okay, we got a Elesh Norn Grand Cenobite, which I think had high win rate. Inquisitor is really high because that's opening hand win rate, and Inquisitor is one of the best 2-drops. But if we go ever in hand, game in hand win rate, then we see that the second best card is actually Elesh Norn, despite being a 7 mana card. So we're gonna take Elesh Norn Grand Cenobite. It's Invasion of Innistrad, which is -13, -13. It's a good card. And you make 2 zombies, and then you can make more zombies. Damn. Strong. Why is it auto-select Hidetsugu and Kairi? I guess it just auto-selects the normal rare. I think we take Elesh. I have not played with Elesh yet. Rejoice, blessed evangels. The glorious light of completion is nigh. Soon we shall awaken the multiverse from its slumber. Yeah, well put, Elesh, well put. Could take Skittering Surveyor. Invasion of Zerg is white. Zerg Strobe Knight. I don't mind Surveyor with a 7 mana card. Invasion of Zerg. Kinda maybe less potent. Oh, Brawler though. Easy Brawler, you say? I mean, I have a 7-drop. I don't know how well that goes with an aggressive 2-drop. I'll take the invasion. Running out of time, but of course, like like I shouldn't get married to Elishnon, etc. But if I just have a close situation, this card is solid. 4 mana 4/4, and then also a 5 mana 5/5, 2 5/5s. Invasion of Muragana, that's kinda lame. Divination. I could take Divination to stay on color. Let's say Divination. Seems kinda close to me here. I'm not entirely sure. But I think you can do a little bit of forcing. Removal. Essence Scatter. How good is this? How close is it to Essence Scatter? It kinda is almost Essence Scatter. Which is often quite good. This is okay, the invasion is whatever. Not sure what to take here. I'll take the Simulate Essence because it's blue still. But I'm not sure about that. Blue-Eye Land, Skittering Surveyor. Vanquish the Weak. I think I'll take a mana fixer of some sort. Since I have Elesh Norn, Tranquil Cove is almost always gonna be okay. Well, the Skittering Surveyor fixes a little bit better. Convokes with Meeting of Minds. Just kind of more open if I need to change colors. I think I'll take the Scootering Surveyor. This is red. This is green. Green cards, plentiful. Tandem Takedown is a murder. And Worry Thespian is a good card. Good 2-drop, I think. Could take Tetsuko Mezawa too as a blue card, but given the amount of green cards, it's kind of unclear. Maybe I do want to... Well, it means that... That doesn't mean I'm gonna be getting green next pack, really. Let's take Tetsuko, but it's close to it here. I'm not entirely sure. Also, green as a base is pretty okay. This is a 2 mana 3/3. This is a green land. This is a white 2-drop. Also synergistic with Tetsuko. Maybe I should take the green card, treat white as my splash, given that it was clearly not open. Like that is this, but besides this, can try to venture into green. Maybe no, let's take the white card. Let's take the white card. Getting pretty confused here. Alright, here for good cards we've got the Informant. I've had some people play Wicked Slumber against me, but it's kind of a tempo card, which I'm not entirely sure we're shaping up to be. Could take a Hollow Hopper to hop. Just as a filler monster. Wow, the past. Could take the land, or I could just take the pass. And I don't know. Like, well, we did pass on 2 opportunities to pick green cards, I think. I think it's unlikely they will want to play 2 hoppers, so I'll take the pass and see what happens. Here I'll scab. Here I'll take the motion greatsword with no intention of playing it. It's a random monster. I think that I haven't seen myself wanting to play the Ern yet. Alright, so we've got Eleshnon. We did a little bit of forcing, but a little bit weakish, and we ended up with not much. So we'll see what the second pack brings. Hopefully more white bombs so I can just brute force. Maybe get a Sunfall, maybe get the Valkyrie. 3 highest game in hand win rate cards are those 3. Brutally clad. Well, that makes me... Both of the rares in this pack make me sad that I have passed on the white-red land for the past. That was a mistake, pretty sure. What is stronger, Quintorius? Or Broody-clad? What's elephant in Polish? It's swan. I don't know what Quintorius really does. Elephant bad. Yeah, it needs to spend money. Well, you don't need to spend money. I make it free to every turn. Let's take Broody-clad. Chandra Hope's Beacon. That's probably worth a few tickets too. Are there good tokens to copy in this format? Well, you can like make your treasure tokens into the 2-1-5 mirrors. Also making mirrors nice with Eleshnon. Chandra has 3 tickets. Wow, cards are worthless nowadays. But we're gonna take Chandra anyways, and we're gonna play... I don't know, Boros or Jeskai. Sfikwa Angle? Yeah. Just the Placid Rotten Tile, such a wasted pick. We had a dual land for it. What's for dinner? I hope it's bacon. I did say that. Night is warcrafting. Alright, red cards. Let's go. Good one to copy with. Chandra, hope it's bacon. Bacon. Shatter the Sorcerer Wheel. Yeah. I mean, I didn't even say that because I didn't think it was a meaningful thing to mention. Can take Invasion of Rin. I kinda like the card. I kinda like a shift in my deck. What else? I could take another Unsimulate Essence to have more 2-drops. Which I don't necessarily mind. Maybe it's more useful than Invasion of Rin, but I don't know. I like Sift, so. Joyful Storm Sculptor is a way to block. Good with Eleshnon, I guess. Could also take a 3-drop Furtive Analyst. Can also make the 1/1s into brutally clad tokens. It does seem like we gonna splash Elesh Norn in a blue-red deck. Do you think a 5-drop or a 3-drop? I'll take the 5-drop. But after that, I'll just take 3-drops. Here you can take Furtive Analyst. This is a good 2-drop, but I think we're gonna take the blue one. It seems wiser to take a card of that color also. It's a good blocker. Also unblockable of Tetsuko. So I have the Scrappy Bruisers, which I can honestly play, even if I don't love it too. I can also play Ramotion Greatsword. Probably gonna move away the 2/2 lifelinker from the pool of cards I'm playing. Arithmetis. Is that card good? Can play Change the Equation. It's white random monsters, but not a very good pack in general. I could take Arithmetis or Change the Equation, I think, or Hollow Hopper, but I don't think I want another Hollow Hopper. I think I'll take Change the Equation for the sideboard. What does this do? 3 mana. When ETB, incubate 2. So it's 3 mana free incubate 2. That's a good card. And then 5 mana target incubator becomes incubator and you double the number of counters. Neat. Tiller of Flash is white. Hollow Hopper has more early. I think I'll take the Hollow Hopper. I don't want to play it, but I might end up. Can take the Windscarred Crag. Unhappy to have passed Invasion of Rin, kinda, but we're gonna take the Crag to facilitate Elesh Norn. Hello. Hello. Also, we want spells for Chandra to copy. We have a draw 2 and Warcrafting. It's not too much, but I mean, still can pick some more. I think Black Greenland is too deranged. Let's take the Zalthinian Lancer if I like end up wanting to play a curve creature. Shatter the Source. Combos with my Chandra, kinda. Also, they play Kaiba Crypto Miner, but I mean, Shatter the Source seems better. Negate for the sideboard or Wolverine Dinosaur. Menace for free versus a free for free work should block better. So negate maybe? An archivist? Not gonna play it. We could have had a second wind scarred crag if we passed the stupid dick pest. This is bad, but we can play it as a care filler. Under Invasion of Zerg, a 4 mana 4 for trample haste. Two elementals, that's good for my deck. I think a 4 mana 4/4 trample haste is unfortunately better than Ral's reinforcements to pick, but I would really like to get Ral's reinforcements into my deck. Really good with Tetsuka, with Hollow Hoppers, with Brudiclad, with Chandra. So many synergies. I've never seen anyone play Valduk against me in this set yet. I mean, could it be that it's better to pick up reinforcements than Raptor with the curve? Ah, no, we have an entire pack. Of cards. We're not intending to play the Bruisers much. Defender. It's a 2-drop. It's a kind of lame one. Although I have a few artifacts, so that kind of makes it better. There's a few white cards. I could play the white Plain Cycler, honestly. It fetches the planes for Elish. Or is a fine top deck later if I have a planes in play. So maybe it's a pick. I didn't have great Invasion of Kaladesh experiences. It's kind of lame. And if you cycle at 2, that's kind of a 2-drop, right? Into the fire. I might be interested in a Pyroclasm with my deck. Invasion of Fiora. That destroys all creatures, but Herbology Instructor. I think I'll take the Pyroclasm. What is this? Fire Song and Higher Speaker. Red instant or sorcery spells you control have lifelink. It's a 6-drop. Well, I don't have more space for 6-drops. Preening Champion. Expedition Lookout. Swiftwater Cliffs, though. I think Cliffs is better than Lookout. Like, maybe the Lookout is gonna wheel. How many good cards are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, maybe it's gonna wheel. Why not? Two drop, blocker. 1 free. Invasion of Theros, search for Aura God or Demigod. Temporal Clenching. I think we're gonna take a 2-drop now. A blocker. The hasting is mid, but curve is good. Agar the Freezing Flame. So we have 6 damage here. You have Setting Barb into the fire. Warcrafting. Agar seems okay. Better than a second Filthy Analyst. Is Alicia Demigod? No. Why would she be? I don't think I ever played Ren's Resolve. Probably I sometimes should. But I don't ever like it in a high curve deck like this. Gains control. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player or battle, create a treasure token. You're gonna take Alice Simulate Lessons as a 2-drop. 2-drop play. Zerg Strobe Knight. Disturbing Conversion, which is not great, but it is a 2 mana removal. Take a creature out of combat. Ingaruna seems... I mean, 4 mana free, scry free. I assume you don't draw free almost ever, but... Zerg Strobe Knight is good, but I will not to double spell in my deck. Ooh, Rasa Informant's actually wield. That is awesome. Loved it. Love the card for my deck. An Invasion of Kaladesh, which now we can take, maybe. I mean, why not? Green, we don't need. Scroll Shift, we don't need. Bind Splitter, I'm not interested. Let's take the land. Invasion of Dominaria, Expedition Lookout to have an extra 2 if we need to sideboard. Alright, we have salvaged our curve. Probably don't even need to play Disturbing Conversion. My prelim is starting. Maybe I even end up playing the Ramotion Greatsword. Probably play 2 planes. Go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, I've got a workable mana base. The sword and random artifacts help Invasion of Kaladesh through. Maybe I don't play the Invasion of Kaladesh. I don't think I play Searing Barb. I'm not sure if I invade Zerg. I probably don't invade Kaladesh. Because I have enough other 2-drops. And I think I might not play Expedition Lookout in the main deck. And no Kaladesh. And I have enough 2-drop plays this way. And I think I don't want to play Hollow Hopper, so I want to play Furtive Analysts to block. And this way I have 12 creatures. Kaladesh seems better than Haster TBH. Well, Haster blocks better, it's a 1-3. I think I am up for blocking, but maybe you're right. I guess you're right. You'd cut a bounce battle. Yeah, I could see that too. Like, I'm not taking great advantage of it. It's splashed, and I kind of have a slight token theme for the backside. Do I want to play Hollow Charge Scarab in my deck? Maybe I don't. Yeah, I guess I'm not equipped to flip battles. You're right. I don't want either. So I have the battles, the Hollow Hoppers, the Searing Barb, the Historian, this Disturbing Conversion, negate. Change the equation as two cards from those two to fit, probably. I think the Emotion Greatsword stays because of the reinforcement tokens, and this equipped with the sword, it seems okay. Scab can return and deal 6. Draw 2. Warcrafting. So yeah, Scab seems okay. Also, yeah, also it returns a battle, that's true. I keep forgetting that it actually returns spells or battles. Like Kaladesh Invasion plus Hoppers give you some decent aggression. I mean, I don't want, I need... I don't think it's good aggression, but also I don't need... I'm not really after aggression with my bombs I have, I feel like. I'll save it and I'll play my modern prelim because we already made my opponent wait for 5 minutes. And we're gonna think about the exact last 2 slots a little bit more. But I think the fact that we have passed on that Windscarred Crag might be extremely painful. Sen has nothing going for it except for Sagas plus Sentinel on the play. This is a hand that is very good against Merktide. It's really bad against many other decks. Well, it's not really good against Merktide, but it's good against Merktide. Game 1 it's probably wins against Merktide like a high percentage of the time. Let's keep just solely on the basis of the Sagas and that fact that we have Sentinel on the play. Would Mull on the draw for sure. FX Bird, thank you very much for your Prime subscription. Good versus Fozzies too. Yeah, imagine my opponent goes Grief and Combat Trick and I'm like, yeah. I mean, so what, bro? Hopefully we don't get scammed. I mean, hopefully I do get scammed. This is not a good hand against Yawgmoth. It's good though because I was editing the Hammergate video and I was lacking footage for against Yawgmoth, so I now have some footage versus Yawgmoth in this match. Very convenient. Thank you. I'll buy play against Amulet next, and that was the other match I was lacking. Young Wolf. But yeah, my attack because a life on the Young Wolf matters still. Even if the Yawgmoth. I don't think we beat this guy here though. Oh yeah, caramba. Triadar Boar. I can't win. Smiley face, you can't win, yeah. Furries are the worst to be scammed by, why? I'll just concede because I can't win, so. Zero salvation good against Force of Vigor. Bro, you can SP Sentinel over Mem Knight, even. How many marches we gonna have? Like 2, maybe? Gonna have Mem Knight for the dram tapping. Hallowed Moonlight would have been so good. Literally would have done nothing this game. Literally would have done 0. Alright, so you're gonna mulligan aggressively. This hand doesn't have a creature, doesn't have a hammer, so unless the top deck Stoneforge Mystic is not good, and even if it does, it's not so great. Well, this one just really wants to top deck a land, but... think it's worth it. And I lead on Giver of Runes. W tym matchupie to trzeba z pierdolnięciem. No ta ręka to ma pierdolnięcie, wydaje mi się, jak dobiorę Londa. Kill that goose. It always surprises me when people play that. Alright, so Force of Vigor is unfair. So let's say I attack. If they play Greased, kill Goose to kill my guy after I attack them for 10. It's not trivial, but it's okay. Could Stoneforge for Kaldra instead and have it protected, and that goes around all of their interaction, and then Kaldra attacks once, and then Kaldra attacks twice with Sigarda's Aid, Colossus Hammer, and we have Blacksmith Skill to protect. Yeah, that seems better. Getting Kaldra seems better here. So you just don't have anything to interrupt that play really, and unless they develop super fast and like combo kill me beforehand, which seems unlikely, then I'm gonna be in a great spot. Because going Sigarda's 8 Hammer gets punished by both Greased and Force of Vigor, so just kinda easy to get punished. Does Yogg play Might? They might play Might. I don't know if they play that often though, I don't think so. Geist Wall, well that's good development, but... Okay, no need to play out anything to make it vulnerable. On this turn, we just put Kaldra and attack for 5. I don't think I need to play out a Sigarda's Aid. or that is particularly beneficial. Could Yogg move and target some stuff? Blacksmith skill can interfere. Like the goose is not even a dork right now, so they only have 3 mana now. They can play a land and have 4 mana, so they can't really do that much. They would need an Eldritch Evolution, yeah, to get Jogmoth. Did they play a land? They didn't, right? It's turn 3, they have 2 lands, okay. So you could have 3, 4, 5. It's fine. I don't think I need to use my skill. Was it worth targeting guys with blacksmith skill just yet? Unlucky. I don't think so. I mean, it doesn't even work, so... It would gain hexproof, so they can still target it with their own ability. So no, it was not worth it. It's like Vines of Vasud against creativity, but that's different. So now they Chord of Calling, they can Chord of Calling in my turn and gain the Blood Artist and kill me. Turn 3, damn. But I need to find Chord of Calling in 10 more cards. 9 more cards. Because if they have 1 life, they can't perform that anymore. You could also deny them a draw with this, but they're gonna draw so much, they probably want the blacksmith skill to actually kill with the... Phyrexian. Maybe they'll draw Artist before they draw Chord. Yeah, maybe. Right, now they have 2 guys with a counter on them, that's fine. They pass. I mean, maybe they misclicked. It's my hope. Yeah, I was just banning the person in the chat. Yeah. Sure. I think they misclicked their monsters. Because they ended up with 2 creatures with a counter, which they shouldn't have. Why did not play their outs? Well, I mean, I don't know. Well, again, I'm thinking that they misclicked because that would be a plausible explanation to me. I want 2 marches. I don't want more because it's so hard for this card to actually be good. It's inefficient. It deals with creatures at mana advantage, and I have the disadvantage of being on the draw already. So this sideboarding is perfect. We have 2 hammers and an ink moth that easily kills them, and this can deal with Yawgmoth. Perfect hand. Almost. Well, we don't have hammers, so we kinda go Memnite, Pure Steel. So kinda don't do anything. I think I move to 5. I think I would prefer to go for a something stronger. Okay. Like this. If we draw a 0, hand is actually okay. We draw a drum instead, well. Almost. Play the drum because I need to draw a creature anyway, so might just play a drum on turn 1. Hammer gods are not with you this morning. It's because I hold atheistic beliefs, and I just think it's how it is. You either draw or you don't. However, might. A kurwa. 50-50, you draw or you don't. Yeah, people like to say that. Should have kept fair drum so you can go rock band game plan. Yeah. Well, Hapatra puts a counter on herself to make a snake. Ironic. Cool. I can't quite play the Sigarda Zale because of the might in play, so I have to pass and hope my opponent doesn't use their cards which are on the battlefield. Lets me get them in some tricky way. Ela, ela. Kotek. No kotek przyszedł, kotek. Baila ela, baila, baila ela. Dupka. Szukamy aftera. Baila ela, baila, baila ela. Si, si. No, my drumster. Right, they literally never draw an undying creature, then maybe they drew an undying creature, which I guess invalidates my previous concern. Wow, 26 minutes, only 2 more matches in progress. Nie czaję, czemu ludzie chcą grać monodekami w modernie. Jeden dobry matchup i trafił na niego. No trafił. Akurat monodeki dobre są na mojego deka. Jakbyś chciał zrobić listę top 10 manodajek w modernie, zerk. To jak byś nazwał? Alright, let's continue building my decks. I need to add 2 more cards. Probably do want an extra 2-drop. I could play the Barb because of Chandra. And Aegar, I mean, I would need to kill a 1-1, but I mean, can. Maybe a 2 mana 2/3 is just good in my deck. And we are attempting to play a bit of a longer game, so might just be unblockable at certain point. Let's play the Barb. Oh, there's a spell to copy of Chandrella too. Yeah, that seems okay to me. The 2/3 also survives the 2 damage sweeper. Ralsa Enforcements doesn't, but I think it has enough synergy with the deck in general. What do we have to convoke with the Joyful Storm Sculptor? We have 2 spells that convoke. We could play the Hollow Hoppers as convokers, but I don't think I care. Ralsa Enforcements plus Hollow Hopper is like a nice care, but it also Hollow Hopper is a 3/2 and it dies to the sweeper. So I don't really want to do that to my sweepers. I don't really want to have creatures that die into my sweeper. I think the sweeper is a pretty solid effect in my deck. Yeah. 17 lands with the surveyor, I don't mind that. We have Meeting the Minds and Invasion of Rin to draw past that. We have a bit of an expensive deck with two, like 3, 6, 7 drops plus more potential ones. Yeah, I think I like it this way. Bros, it's 9 degrees today and it was so warm during the weekend. I'm so sad. I'm here to backseat, clocking in. Alright, let's go. Backseat my hammer deck. We lost to Yawgmoth. Was rough. Also, I ignored the comment from Zerk about the top Monodaikis in Modern. My number 1 DRS, number 2 Ragavan, number 3 Utopia Sprawl. Damn, that's a controversial opinion to rank DRS before Ragavan. Bros, I can imagine that one of my cards is a drum, and then this hand is so nice. That's so fucking bad without it. Maybe I keep it still and I go Urza Saga on turn 1 and then make a drum on turn 3. That's not good. That's a bit too slow. How many white sources do we have to top deck? We've got Hammer Search. So we've got 22 lands, 7 of which are not. We got 20. Got 19 white sources. Test. Bro, I'm thinking about my hand. I'm already moved to 6. Let's put back Ornithopter. Because if Ragavan is scared. Okay, I don't really mind keeping this hand against them. I mean, it's not good, but you know, if we draw, you can go land and saga and you can make the saga constructs. The saga constructs are always very good against their deck. If they are a skilled player, they will discard Memnite. Why did you capitalize Memnite though? Stoneforge Mystic, opponent's skillless. Let's go planes. Thanks. So is it Sentinel or is it Sigarda Zaid on turn 1? For 2 they have probably this not to get it discarded. On 2 they often play 2-drop, right? It's like better against Fury and better against discard, further discard. To play out the 8, especially since I go Saga on the next turn, right? And then like we have Sigarda's 8 fetching a hammer, which is gonna auto-equip. Oh, it's Jant. Bitter Union, so that's creativity. Seems like. It's not Scam. Okay, ditching Jatora, that's not very threatening. Three different decks in 2 turns. Yeah, opponent is changing their colors, changing their identity with every movement, but they go to 11 lives, so every Memnite hit is lethal now. I really like this song that we're listening to right now. I think I know it from somebody requesting it. So sometimes people ask me, have you heard any music that you enjoy thanks to the stream? And I say, actually, yeah. But I can't tell any, like, can't say any specific titles or artists. But this one I like. I like how the saxophone goes. Song request Suhe Karaluch. No, and then we have Suhe Karaluch, which is also a good experience in some ways. The listening of that to that song is Memnite solely winning the game. Like I've said, if they were a skilled player, honestly, if I had a Stoneforge Mystic, that would have been much better for me. I think it's a trumpet. Yeah, that actually sounds more like a trumpet. You play an Archon, then you can make them chum block, but it's kind of spooky. What the heck? Oh no. Oh no. That's the wrong creature. Can I kill my Saga gain 5 or make Rhino? Has reach too. Caramba. Got me so good with the Titan of Industry, damn. I've seen that list, like had 4 Archon, 2 Titan, right? And had Ren too. Wait, to kill 8? What if I draw? Not Saga? That seems worse. Actually worse than Archon? Well, if it killed Saga, it would be better than Archon in this spot. Killing 8 is still plenty good, I guess. I play any instruments. I have a guitar, but I don't really play it. I tried playing it earlier in my life, but I never had the patience to become good. And I was listening to prog metal back then, almost exclusively, and I was trying to play it nicely, but I couldn't, and that left me frustrated. Can make construct and PLA pure steel. Move to the construct. Attack them. They chum block with the Titan, then they resist it back and I die. I remember first time I watched the stream, you had Guthrie Govan music in the background. Bro, I don't know who's Guthrie Govan. This was probably Spotify playlist. Or a song request. Visualize guitar. One of those Steve Vai type guys. Yeah, well, those I don't like that much. Can make them charm block with this if we attack with Ink Mob, we don't make a construct. Can we have like one stream of your Spotify's ulubione playlist? If you came to this stream 4 years ago, then you would have. But you're 4 years too late, Zerk. Could have attacked with 11-11 Memnite and this 5-5, but then it's not a good attack. You can move because it's fine actually. Has 4 damage marked, but 5 toughness. Could move to Paladin. I could, but then like if they kill my Paladin, then why not move to a blocker? Well, I probably should have left Memnite untapped. But I want to move to Memnite so they can't kill a creature with this. And I don't want the hammer to be on Paladin because they might have just Paladin removal. Like I don't think this deck is above playing Terminate or something like that. Alright, that's not really a sign of strength. And I mean they're not gonna attack me. Anyways, they are clearly defending. And if they attack me, I'll just take it because like the game needs to end. But it would have been better to have tapped the construct to the drum and have it untapped 11-11 Memnite now, I agree. Oh wow. That's all? Okay. Yeah, they all have to jump with all 3. And I can also deal 2 damage. So if I activate Ink Moth, move Hammer, I can deal 3 damage to Ren and make them jump with all 3. Kills of the Ren. Could also put them to 3. The Ren could ping my Memnite, so it's probably better to kill Ren. And then I will have the choice of moving the hammer from Inkmoth or not, which is gonna kill my Inkmoth. Tricky. It seems good. Like if their last turn was like this, they clearly need to flip something with this. Ren is under Dwarven Mine, right? I mean, they already returned 1 -1, 2. They already returned 2 lands, so It might make it easier for them to do stuff. But like they almost assuredly have a fetch in hand, but you know, maybe they don't have free, and then it actually makes a difference for their fable. This goes face, this goes face, this goes face, this goes Ren, this goes Ren. Okay, and now the decision with the ink moth. I don't know, like it's valuable to have the ink moth. They didn't kill the paladin. The constructs are gonna be lethal alone. No need to equipping. So I think we pass. They didn't kill the paladin last turn. They might kill it this turn. If they get an Archon into play, we sacrifice, well, Mem Knight. Was leaving the hammer on Mem Knight, attacking them with Mem Knight and constructs, and the rest at the end better. Well, then they block a construct with a 7/7. So it seems worse. Because their 7/7 lives and my 7/7 notably reach lives and my construct dies. So I get to keep my hammer equipped, but also I lose a construct and I gain a 7/7. So pretty big swing. They need reanimate Archon plus creativity. I think just reanimate Archon is solid though with Bitter Union. Or just creativity is solid with Bitter Union. Yeah, that's nice. If you play drum, then I mean, so they trade. Interesting. I could have activated the ink moth. Ouch. Is that a difference? It's actually difference. I talked and I now need to top deck. Because we are one off instead of having exact lethal. We should have eliminated ink moth and sacrificed ink moth. Okay, better lucky than good, but oof. That was about to be a tilting one. We ripped, but we didn't need to put ourselves in a spot to rip. I was F6, but if I un F6, we could have tapped the newly untapped Ornithopter to the drum. Well, newly produced Ornithopter to the drum. Because their version of the deck, Sanctifier on the back, is kinda okay, but they also have green creatures. I don't see where it mattered. Well, if I sacrifice Ink Moth instead of Mem Knight, I have Mem Knight that deals 1 extra more damage, right? So I have 11, exactly. Yeah, and Ink Moth doesn't deal life point damage. Well, let's board the Orvars, but they could always get me by hitting the correct one, correct monster. Let's reduce the amount of Mem Knights. Let's play Blacksmith Skill. I wonder if they can just board out all Archons and clone my Orvar. Are Sanctifiers overboarding regarding persist? Well, I'm considering the Sanctifiers, like 2 copies of Sanctifiers, and it's kind of close. It's kind of overboarding. Spiffing Needle for Ren good. I never had it be particularly good. Like, you can name Ren or Boseju, but it just never comes up to me that I want to get it off the saga. Just kind of have to fight through the Ren manually. I played versus a guy that bought out all Archons and just had 3 Serra's Emissary. Yeah, I played against a guy like that too in Prague. People do that sometimes. So I have 2 Sanctifiers. You're gonna cut a Springleaf Drum. Maybe a next Ornithopter, YOLO. I don't love that, like, little 0 drops, too many 2 drops. We can cut maybe a Combat Trig instead, or a Giver. Let's do a Giver. Sanctifier, kind of similar role. Well, we have Drum. We have Ornithopter at least, but we can equip the hammer. We can protect the Ornithopter, but that does not seem to accomplish anything. I think I will go deeper looking for a hand that's gonna be better. This one is a 6 already. I don't love it. Put back Caldrona. Go Sentinel to Sanctifier. Do you have a Surge of Salvation? We have a Surge of Salvation to protect a little bit. Let's keep. I like cutting zeros because most of the creativity lists switch to 2-3 Detsugu to fight Hammer/Rhinos. I don't know if that's true, but if I were to trust you, then that's kind of valid. But also not fully, because you still need to go fast to beat them. If you reconstruct your deck in a way where you don't lose if they have a Detsugu, but you just lose period, then that you haven't actually accomplished anything. You just made yourself not lose to Hidetsugu, but you did not make yourself win. That's a danger of a plan like that, I feel like. Although certainly there is some validity. But the Sanctifier is also nicer against a version like my opponents, where they just won't have removal for it. So it's actually hard to block, hard to kill. If they play Leyline Binding Teferi, then I'm not interested in a 2-mana 2/2. Well, I'll attack Kerensky. Play Inkmovsky. I don't think I play Esper Sentinel. Doesn't accomplish anything. Oh. Good draws. We have drawn planes, and Esper Sentinel so far, right? Or did we draw Inkmob Nexus? So not so good, but could be worse. Sentinel doesn't do anything anymore, so let's just let that happen. No attack. Could attack them for poison, but I don't think it's worth it, and if they kill it, I mean, I have two, so technically you can poison them, but if yeah, maybe it makes a difference, but I think if I lose my lands, then it's kinda worse off because probably I will not win with the poison damage, and I'll just give them an option to fry my land with an effect. I might want to have two in play too if they do some stuff like casting a big creativity and then I kill them with when I top deck Sigarda's aid, I go attack with both. We have a Surge of Salvation, so we can withstand an entire turn of Archon of Cruelty triggers and attacks, so that's fine. Hmm. Well, they have a removal. Okay. So what now? How do we do it now? Handy for work? What's a handy? I could go Paladin and try to draw with the hammer. I think that's unlikely to be successful. Activate Inkmoth, play hammer, play Paladin, activate second Inkmoth. So I can keep up Surge of Salvation and attack with an Inkmoth on this turn anyways. I think I might just want to pass. Next turn we can equip the hammer, the Sanctifier for lethal too. More mana, like maybe they go for a... Yeah, I think we go face and then we try to kill with Sanctifier. 3 Archons is 18 damage, so I can take that if they just attack me. Kto nie rucha, ten jest gay, wow. Yeah, Set of Salvation blanks the ETB and attack triggers for a turn. Suchego karalucha, jak bułka paryska. Well, let's try. Karalucha is la cucaracha. I don't know what's la cucaracha. Cockroach? A ja jestem sucha. Jak bułka paryska. Of course they can have Boseju. Claim. Well, they have a second one. No? Is that it? Yeah, I guess the giant versions of Creativity Sanctifier actually is pretty neat because unkillable and blockable actually does matter. Does the cartoon Ogi I Los Karaluchy exist in Poland? Doesn't ring a bell. Ogi I Los Karaluchy. 'Cockroaches'? I've seen it before. I'm not sure if it was like on Polish TV, but maybe. I recognize the characters slightly. Or I don't? Maybe I don't. No, I don't actually recognize them. Okay, really good showing for Sergio's Salvation. I mean, literally Blacksmith skill would be the same. So actually not, but I mean, it was good in that I was safe the entire game from them going creativity. Or at least the last turn. Because it would blank the entire creativity for a turn, unlike Blacksmith skill. So it was an okay showing for Sanctifier. Nice. I think we can get to play a draft game with my limited deck now. After building it immensely, meticulously for 10 minutes. And I can feel that this is a Frio deck. Just look at this hand, right? How could it not be a Frio deck? Her talent for slipping unseen behind enemy lines provided information that would prove crucial to Dominaria's defense. Damn.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Hello,
One thing
Mr.
I don't get is how
I am your biggest fan, Nister.
are the
Every morning I
Umezawas
slide
on
down my
Dominaria?
banister on the way to turn on the stove and heat my panister. Once I'm done cooking, I turn on your stream and start up my vanister so I can drive to work while shitposting in your chat.
Bolas. Oh, immediately the round starts, come on. Toshiro moved to Dominaria, but how did he do that, right? Dude, there was a Tetsuo, there was an Umezawa. Wait, but there's both an Umezawa on old Kamigawa and new Kamigawa. Right? There is Satoru in present day, and there was Toshiro on in the past, and there is Tetsuo and Tetsuko. So Tetsuo was on Dominaria because of Bolas. Can be target of aura spells. And Tetsuko is his descendant. While Toshiro, I don't know if he was, what's his relationship with Tetsuo? But I assume Satoru is a descendant of Toshiro. Oh, great. We get a 1-4 against their 3-1. Which is like 1-4 unblockable vigilance. Honestly, that's pretty solid. Toshiro, Tetsuo, Tetsuka. Oh, so Toshiro is the ancestor of Tetsuo. Okay. Interesting. Arena testing question mark. Da Vinci, you sometimes just ask questions that seem utterly deranged and unconnected with anything. And I don't get them. I don't get those. What what is your question? Arena testing question mark? Arena testing yes, arena testing no. I don't know. How am I supposed to answer that? You would love to engage in some arena testing? So you want to play against me or what? Or do you want to watch me play arena? Because it's still unclear to me. I tried playing Arena on Friday and I immediately got depressed, so I'm not gonna do that. So today is the prelim and a draft and then maybe another draft. Well, do I discard Elish? I discard Elish. Have I tried the new Pioneer Ola combo? I have not played that. Discard Sword. Well, Sword I can play and just like attack them with monsters that are big. Like equip the dinosaur and just get like for 10 damage with a single attack. They trade half their bow. They trade like lots of creatures. And then I finish them with this with a sword. 4/5. Vigilance, trample. Like Eleshnor, I need both the second planes and 3 more lands, and I already have a 6 mana bomb in hand. Oh wow, we play against Baron. That's crazy. But yeah, I do not plan to engage with more Arena on stream. Standard on Modo is backed and nobody plays it. Yeah, I don't play it on Modo either. Just play a little bit against teammates after streams instead. This might be a Shadow Spear angle, honestly. And single attack with hammer doesn't seem to accomplish much. In what way is standard on Modo is bugged though? What do you mean? Can't find a game? Oh yeah, that way. Yeah, it's bugged. They can make a 4/4. It would be bad if they killed Tetsuko. Spike, let me draw. Alright, take damage, I guess. Maybe shouldn't take damage. I will end of turn use this. I don't want to use it immediately. Double bolt dead, okay. So what? Standard is pretty nice now. Standard is just a format. Like it's never actually been bad. It's been a It's always been a bit of a meme that people said it was bad, but it was not actually like that. This format is just cards. You play cards, it's fine. What's not fine is getting to play it. That's a bit hard. Imagine Ultimatum Stunner was horrid in your opinion. And yeah, that's your opinion, and you're just incorrect. When you spend 250 on a playset of Uro and get spent the week after, yeah, that's bad. Yeah. Well, that I view that as connected to the logistics of the game rather than the game itself, though. Which I separate. Of course, in real life, like you can't really separate that, so I guess many people conflate those two. Maybe equip Paladin as a free lifelinker, but I would rather have a bad card equipped with a Shadow Spear. We keep 6 to be able to convoke Shatter the Source. I haven't drafted this card much. Is it actually very good? Is it just a very good removal spell? It seems pretty okay. Like 6 mana convoke. Well, not always trivial to cast, but 6 mana instant deal 6 is a lot. Basically terminate, and then it just kind of ends up being murder often enough, probably. And you can synergize further to make it cheaper. I think I'm gonna shatter the 4/4 for mana. Then if we draw Chandra, we can kill 2 guys. Nice Expedition Lookout. 8 cards, my points graveyard really soon. Shatter is a very good card, and everyone should play it. I pick it first. I have a high win rate limit at 51%. Good win rate. %. It's close to mine. Kicked. -6 on my guy. Can I save it? I can't. Well. So I don't really care for the lookout. What's the limited rating? Well, I can check. $18.76. Not bad. But I only played league drafts so far. I'll loot. I don't want the lookout. I would like a 6 land. The secret to Mom Limited is to pick all printing champions. I kinda rarely pick it. Not out of the lack of wanting, but people just pick it before I do. Kaldra seems relevant. Sword of Salvation actually counters Deflecting Palm. That's nice. Right? Because Deflecting Palm is the one dealing damage. So you prevent the damage. Don't care for Sanctifiers. Yeah, we just keep it this way. Against burn. This one is basically solving for blue decks. Maybe that means I pick it too lowly. I'll try to keep an eye on that. I don't mind trading a 4-5, a 1-4 for a 1-3 cell block. Interesting. Well, I mean, have a legendary and a non-legendary. That's honestly fine. Choose. Oh no, choose one or both? What? One or both? Wow. Well, good to learn about that, but we can just play Chandra on the next turn. I mean, good to learn. So +1, Excel top 5, then I may cast 1 until the end of my next turn. So you're gonna Chandra and +1. Shouldn't have looted a spell. We have a draw 2, which is gonna be a draw 4. Yeah, that's good. You said something about Surge countering Palm. How does it do that? Well, let's read the Palm. I'm not entirely sure on the Palm stacks off the top of my head. And I don't want to pull out a Batutinha. The next time a source would deal prevented damage. If damage is prevented that way, Deflecting Palm deals that much damage to that source's controller. Prevent all damage that black or red sources would deal to creatures you control this turn. It does not actually counter Palm, unfortunately, because Sword of Salvation only prevents the damage that was about to be dealt to your creatures. Palm gets around the X-Proof, I know that. That was just a prevention, but I forgot like what exactly the prevention applies to. But I was quickly corrected by vigilant witch chatters. Play 6-5. Could kill the 6-5 and go 5 face. Draw 4. Keep up Ultimate Essence times 2. Alternatively, I could make 2 mana. So I think we draw 2 first. And by draw 2, I mean draw 4. Turn on 2+1 Shana to Excel top 5. I already have like 10 cards in my deck. That's so few. And looking good. Point Searing Blood at my Esper Sentinel. Impressive. While we drew another Surge of Salvation. Guida. It's possible I shouldn't have played the Saga yet. So I'm not sure if I actually want to... Maybe I want to equip Shadow Spear to Mem Knight attack. Probably I will make a construct though. We should probably... We should be okay. We should like raise them then. Even if they kill my Shadow Spear with a Destroy Artifact effect. Chandra's mana can be spent to cast anything too. Dina, I don't care about Dina. Lurus of the Dream then. That seems worth countering. Could also let it happen and then go Nahiri's Warcrafting their 2 creatures. Although they have the Dina and then they would like do some stuff, which would be... I mean, I don't think it matters really. I have no cards in hand. It's at 2 mana. I know, red. Future Alist. Surveyor. Oops, I missed an attack with Mem Knight out of all of this. I think Nahiri's Warcrafting is a bit bugged on Modo. Because you actually end up drawing the cards that you put back. That black green 1/3 seems pretty bad, yeah. She doesn't really do too much. It's like a 1/3 with 2 lines of text, but like none of them actually matter. What are you casting? 6 mana. Oh. Well. I guess you keep on playing. I mean, no, I mean, it's free Chandra on face, but... Do I have to have two targets? Up to two targets? I don't. Can draw a game with Chandra actually. So my opponent is not particularly aggressive. 2 damage to each creature didn't seem great, but seems not so bad either. Alright, I'll just negate. They had repurposing. Yeah, into the fire, good against Lurus. Change the equation, not really. So I think I'll keep it the way it is. They have the invasion and repurposing, so maybe I will negate 2 6-drop spells. That's kind of a good reason to negate. So maybe they're not like aggro enough for me to play Expedition Lookout. I might play negate against them. Let's do that. They had a free one, which I have the Rouse Reinforcements for, and the Furtive Analysts. Nice hand, we can get a Plains and have additional mana. Keeping my opponent waiting to smack them with the constructs here, unfortunately. So I have one card in hand. I can make a construct. I don't think it matters. Let's get the old border Springleaf Drum. Play Plains. Attack them for 1 with Memnite. Next turn attack them with the... I guess we can play around Palm and equip the smaller creatures, maybe. To prevent a huge blowout. From the Palm. So this counters the Skullcrack, so the prevention doesn't kick in. It's fine if you play Skullcrack and then you're deflecting Palm, right? It's kind of humorous, comical even. +5. Okay, nice. Opponent got demoralized. Now I can finish the game. The draft much. Classic burn spell area. Why Shadow Spear on the Memnite instead of the token? It was to play around deflecting Palm a little bit. Discard card. Probably discard one of the analysts. Or the Searing Barb. If they play Lurus, then I would rather have discarded an analyst, and I'm not super lucky to want to. But yeah, if I Shadow Spear on the Mem Knight, then if they palm me, then they cannot. They have to choose to flip the large amount of damage or the life linking damage, so I'm less vulnerable to that if that happens. Here's what they think about you, chat. And yeah, my hand was 2 Surges. It was good enough to win really through whatever they could have had. D now. Dinah. No attacks, good, good. Well, with lifelink, you just stay at the same life if you get palmed, don't you? Palm prevents the damage and then deals the damage. So even if palm targets a lifelinking creature, then you lose life. I'm gonna loot, I think. Spend 5 mana on the loot. Effectively, but don't want to play the Emotion Greatsword. I mean, maybe it's better to just tap 5 to play it, but I think a loot is more valuable, honestly. I'm not sure if how good the Emotion Greatsword is in my deck. What are we saving Barb for? Well, they have Lurus in their deck. Like, why would I kill this? I have this. That blocks this, right? It just doesn't do anything to kill the familiar. Except now when they killed my guy. Gal. But also, like, you know, I would barb this. Then I have no removal for Lurus, and then they also get to drain me for free for 2 life, and they get to counter my Searing Barb with the sacrifice ability. So overall, very little upside to actually barb this, I think. Pretty low value barb. I'm not sure if I want to attack them. Honestly. I don't think trading damages is good for me. And the race with the Edge Familiar, like they have more life, they have the Edge Familiar, the Dinner. Could just navigate the race easily, and they clearly couldn't have gotten through the 1-4. Now they killed it to get an attack through, but that means they will likely not get through the Ferocidon. And Chandra is a card I don't mind seeing, right? Deal 3 damage? Maybe deal 2 damage, kill this and this. Yeah. I think so. Bro, Chandra is so good. Like, she still stays at 3, and next turn I just cast double removal spell. Like, double shatter the source on their turn. You get to shoot 2 things once again, or draw a card. Make mana and double Barb Dina. Well, I could do that, but I think I make a like more immediate progress on the board if I kill 2 creatures. Why not make mana and deal double 2 damage instead? Well, because I don't spend a card that way. I think doing -3 was reasonable to kill Dina, said the Barb is turned on. Well, slightly, but it's also just, it's -3, and now like Dina and Nezumi in format, they're at 2 power. My Shandra's at 3, so they have to like jump through that hoop. So like this is a play which both gets me value of Chandra, kills 2 of their best creatures, and then seems to me like it's the most likely to make Chandra survive. So that's why I took the play I took. Firja. Use the card with advantage and gain loyalty. Well, but I still have the card and I still can copy it if she survives. And she will survive. It's fine, a spell. Montclair. It's not so good. I mean, it still makes my hand bigger. Chodzi tylko o jedno. They have an instant. If I do it this way, I can trigger Firja. But I mean, I want to do it in combat. Oh, this can be blocked. I could have attacked. No, I couldn't because I want to cast Shatter. 6 damage. Copy. 6 damage to Dina, Soul Steeper. Low should be nice. Bro. You got infected by the Losha bug. Barb Dina Firja didn't play into the fire, no? Well, why would I want to play into the fire? It kills my creature and it kills... Well, that seems just worse than what I did, right? If I... Were they tapped out? Or do they have a mana for the Dina? I mean, that way I get to copy 2 spells, right? So I get to turn this into a draw 2, and then I get to kill 2 creatures. That said, I think we win. Like, I don't think it matters much, TBH. But your line was probably leading to a victory this game, Sarkos. I'll give you that. But I did what I did because I wanted to copy 2 spells to gain maximum value off of my Chandrella. Not unblockable now, but I mean, I guess you could say that they are unblockable because my opponent does not have any blockers. Canister stream song, this is my homepage, really? Elesh Norn and Chandra, this draft doesn't count. Yeah, I know. I mean, every other draft doesn't count because you have some bullshit that feels like you will never get to have it again because you have a weird card, but Ramotion Greatsword doesn't seem like the best card in this deck. NGL, yeah, it's not the best Ramotion Greatsword deck. It was okay previous game. It was like really good to equip my Furtive Analyst 4/5 Vigilance Trample. Pressure then kept the board pretty well, but it's awkward to cast. I think Aleshnorn's at the top of that bullshit. Yeah. We go to 17lens.com, then game in hand win rate is the highest for Sunfall and then for Grand Cenobit. So Sunfall seems better than Eleshnorn, but not by much. Makes sense, 5 mana versus 7 mana. Then filter by types of users. Top users. Okay, let's see. For top users, Eleshnorn is the best. So Eleshnorn is just a skill. You need a certain amount of skill to navigate Elesh. But yeah, we have Chandra and we have Eleshnorn, so like 2 of like top rares in the set, in our deck. Let's see bottom users. Bottom users really die to Sunfall, and bottom users, I guess their cards have just worse win rates, but you can get the Sika, sure. It's much less games, so I would prefer to just go all users because that's the like get 5,000 people playing with the card. 5,000 instances.
He's
Let's
a phenomenal
check.
control player.
A metric year and a half of the best streamer called Canista that I know of.
Uncommons. Thank you, Rosie Hoser. Metric year and a half. 15 months, yeah. With top users, you can learn what cards overperform when you put in the right decks and make analysis this way, but I think I'm not the best at using sending lens data. Yeah, well, yeah. It also doesn't really matter if Eleshnorn or Sunfall is the best, because it's not like you're gonna get offered those cards. Well, actually you can get offered those 2 cards in a pack. A single pack. But it's more relevant to like learn what uncommons are banging. Invasion of Amonkhet really bangs. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. I didn't think of it as a super broken card, but what's Artistic Refusal? This? Interesting. In fact, I did have the choice between the two and chose Elejnorn fast. Now I am reconsidering seeing this 17 lens data, yeah. Cryptic command, I mean, yeah. Probably should value it a bit more then. Marshall Zafir is really good. Hollow Forager. Captive Weird. Captive Weird seems good. Good value card while also a good defender. In a format. Also Convoker. Seems great, yeah. So seems like blue was pretty bad in one, but it's really good here. Strong uncommons. Elvish Vat Keeper. Emoti. Celebrant of Bounty. Farness Reigns has a high win rate. It's a decent amount of sack outlets. I guess you should look out for that. So what is the worst color? Automod stopped that for racial prejudice. Find that funny. Zerex Drop Knight, Tangled Skyline, Thalid. Discard very high, okay. I've played against it a few times, it was impressive. What are the worst uncommons? Rada. Oh wow, so Rada is actually horrid? It seemed okay, but I never drafted it because it was never in my colors. No domain in the set. I mean, still have basic lands in the other decks. Ramosian Greatsword. It's not so great. Interesting. One drops in a format with Convoke that replace themselves are amazing in a Convoke format. Fair. Yeah, Dina. Scrappy Bruiser. Bad. Yargle bad. There's probably places for Yargle with Kitesail. Invasion of Moog. Interesting. This card doesn't seem half bad. I haven't drafted a green-white deck that would have wanted it. Always like kinda build them in a 5-color green way, more so than creatures put counters on. But yeah, sub 50% win rate of 7,000 games played. It's probably just kinda rare that you have a deck for it, maybe. Seems depending on what your deck is exactly. It has to be mono creatures. Invasion of Kamigawa, such a bad win rate, interesting. Kylem. Kylem looks pretty bad. The payoff is okay, but you need to flip it. The flipping is so rough and the ability is so random. Just so many ifs. Tailor of Flash, not so good. Quende. So many invasions kinda suck. Belonon, New Kappa. Renata, nothing special. Seraph of New Kappa, nothing special. That's interesting. The card is a Windrake plus with a pretty big plus. Not that big of a plus. How high is the discount bounce spell? I'm looking at uncommons right now. The Forest Cycler? Wow, Forest Cycling not so good. It's not the Forest
He's a
Cycler,
phenomenal
yeah.
control player.
Sure, brother. Sure,
Hell
buddy.
yeah.
Could not fold Hermit besides being a 4 mana 4/4. Say 52.5% win rate. Plus, you get to figure people do not understand how to play with battles correctly. Yeah. They're a new card type, so they're of course gonna be... people have less experience with that. Hexar, thank you for the sub. Invasion of Zerek is kinda average. Probably just depends on your deck. It also might mean that it's just kind of very good. If we give it like a battle discount for being new and misunderstood. Yeah, Invasion of Zendikar I think is just plainly great in many decks because has a strong win rate as a battle. I thought Invasion of Kaladesh was going to be quite good. Disappointed to see it plummet in the stats. I've played it with numerous decks to great success. Damn. Well, I put Invasion of Kaladesh in a bunch of decks, but mostly it was controlish decks trying to look for 2-drops, and then it sacked. I spent 4 turns attacking with the top tier, flipping to a 1/4 or a 2/4 at the end. That was not good. If you build an Artak themed deck, then maybe, but doesn't seem to be particularly supported. The 4 mana double strike red percent, it costs 5 mana. Invasion of Zendikar fetches any basics, so it's great for 5 color green. Think that you should not worry about the card's overall win rate when it's still dependent on the deck it's in. No, I think I should worry about it. I find it useful to look at the game in hand win rates and see what cards, because like it is true that those cards like overall suck, and you can like make up for your reasons. Like it is also true that Astral Wingspan is a card I never drafted, but it's also a card that has 56% win rate in the 9,000 games that have been linked. So should probably attempt to play it because clearly there is something up to this card. This was your Invasion of Kaladesh. Well, you had 3 copies, that does help. 2 Hollow Hoppers. Not too many other artifacts. Ice and Red Ship. Yeah, Ice of Gitaxis and Red Ship makes sense. What is average percent win rate for 17 lens data? I'm not sure, but it's like 53 or 54, something around that. Fearless Scout, 57% win rate, so it's slightly good. It's probably like more scary in games. I played with that card myself a little bit in a random deck that didn't have a good curve and it wasn't that impressive in there. But it's good at pushing the advantage, and I frequently draft slow decks and get punished by aggro decks. So that's why I view cards like this with great fear, and I'm very scared of them. Let's look at commons. Okay, so Printing Champion is the best common. And then is a Farah's Dismissal. Interesting. Daily Derision. Eyes of Gitax, yes. Interesting. I don't play that card enough then. Seems like. I had it in my pre-release tag and it was fine. I mean, it is like, it's good value. It's gonna be 5 mana free, draw a card, but you have to split the costs. Can split the costs, yeah. And then you have spell synergy. How good is Omen Hawker? Is it uncommon? Omen Hawker, 57 win percent. Isn't it weird that it says at colorless blue? In that order? Maybe it's not weird. It helps to flip, I understand that. It's Sol Ring. Champion has better win rate than most uncommons. Lol. Yeah, I mean, uncommons are better than commons. Cyber Crypto Miner. Alright, I need to play more of this guy. 2 seems like. Simulate Essence. Alright, so this is just a solid filler for Curve. I've been filtering this card out as trash, but I actually read it this draft and it just seems fine, so I should be paying more attention to that. So Crypto Monster has hexproof forever. Okay. Oh wow. Okay, so that's good. It's just a hexproof monster. So Crypto Monster Wings is indeed a combo. That's a good point. I haven't read through that portion of the card. The ham set Seiba is worse than a land. Well, maybe the ham is terrible at limited and doesn't know shit. 17lands.com is the only way to approach limited nowadays. Temporal Clenching. Nezumi Informant is good. Unseal Necropolis. Arachnoid Adaptation. I never played that card. I never looked at this card. What's the deal with Arachnoid Adaptation? People don't play around yet. Yeah. I guess I never drafted, so I would not play around it either. I guess people just use it to block the Cyber Crypto Monster with the wingspan on it. Meeting of Minds. Converter Beast. I don't think I ever had this in my deck, but it's a weird card. Makes a 5/5, but you have to delay it. I think you did play it. Okay, I think I had it in my deck, but I never drew it. Slowly, the distinct screams of the trapped faded into the muffled gargles of all glistening oil. Okay. Icor Drinka, solid card. Intervention. There was the same combat trick in Cans of Tarkir. It was pretty good in Cans of Tarkir. I'm pretty sure Cans of Tarkir also lets you get the protection from colorless. Maybe not. No protection from colorless. Damn. Well, that's relevant because there is colorless creatures in the set. The Dick Monster. Cosmic Hunger. Vanquish. Seed of Hope. Aerial Boost. Seems like the tricks are a little bit boosted. Alright, what are the worst commons? The Carapace doesn't surprise me. It never came close to wanting to put this into my deck. Same for this. Same for this. What are the, like? What's the deal with those cards? Like, I don't get them. Coming in hot. Sure, that's a trick. Trailblazing Historian. Good thing I cut it from my deck. Furtive Analyst. Interesting. But it's good in my deck, I promise. Defecator. Yeah, Defecator is not so good, I think. This guy I don't get. I don't understand what's like. How are you supposed to make it 5 power? Such a weird card. Analysis still 49.94% win rate. I mean, yeah, that means that it's 5% like, or 5 or 4% below mean average. Flaccid Rottentail, negate bad. War Trained Slasher bad. This is, yeah, this card I don't like. This card is interesting. It seemed fine to me. Crochet Atraxas fail. Ochulus Whelp. Yeah, I didn't like Ochulus Whelp too much. This guy is pretty deck specific. I think it's good if you have like many mill effects, and it's really impressive, but it can be really bad when you don't. Interesting. I guess I'll keep this, but I hope my top card is gonna be a Mem Knight, I guess. What do I think of Hero again Popper? I don't. And I hope to never have to. Hope I get to live my life without ever commenting a thought to. Lately, Hammer hands have been, I'll keep this, but yeah, it's evergreen for Hammer. I hope you didn't play one limited, because that format is pile of garbage. Well, I played in the last PT, which was Phyrexia, all will be one limited. And I drafted a lot before it. And I didn't mind it that much, like people, it was faster, but I don't know, like faster doesn't, I don't know. It just doesn't equate to me that faster equals bad. They took Hammer, not the Paladin? That's crazy. I mean, I've had a relative amount of fun playing it. It's been okay. It's been different than this one, and I enjoy that March of the Machine is a sizably different set than Phyrexia. All will be one. It's nice that there is some variety in limited. One was fine, but I enjoyed this one way better. Yeah, I tend to build slower decks in limited, and I tend to enjoy the slower decks in limited better, and I'm happier. Attacking, bro. I'm happier getting to play longer games. With Veleshnorn and similar. Will you fury me if I do that? Don't forget to play around Bolt if he has it. How do I play around Bolt? Because I might have forgotten. I could have activated Nexus and then... Well, I couldn't read Anime Nexus. I think I searched it though, because if I animate Nexus, this is a disaster in making possible if my opponent does like Fury afterwards. And I cannot afford not to make a construct with the second trigger. I need that, so you got my search, bro. I can't afford to lose a lane and not be able to make a construct. That's gonna be too bad. But now I can make constructs. Paladin equip attack. Could also try to equip to the Inkmoth, but I think making a construct is just better. Long term. Well, now we can tap, make hammer, play Stoneforge, play planes, tap Stoneforge planes, Paladin. Equip hammer, equip second hammer. Do we give them a card this way? 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they have 2 hammers. Hammer 1 equipped onto the construct, and the second hammer equipped to his Stoneforge, probably. For 2 big bros. Can try to draw with Paladin. The second hammer. Can fetch Shadow Spear with Stoneforge. Could make a hammer, equip. Could make a construct, equip hammer. Keep Stoneforge for the next turn. Do we need to give them a card? We don't. No, we don't. Nexus too risky. I think Nexus is unnecessary. Just gonna get it killed. That's bad. But yeah, even if Paladin dies and Stoneforge getting a spear is good. I saw you collected 4 draft trophies. That's why I got 5 trophies yesterday. Haha. Okay, I am on my way to getting a 5th one. You motivated me. They have a terminate effect. I think it's the best to make another construct and chill and not rush stuff. The Stoneforge is gonna be good in my hand still. Whether Paladin survives or not because of Shadow Spear. And I do this and then 2 removals to interact profitably. think I do that because Fury, like, they clearly didn't have a removal. Okay, that's so good. It's game 1. Okay, I did have terminate like this. That makes sense, but it's good versus Fury. Do you think they have any equipments? Would be sick if they fetch Sword of Sinew and Steel. Black, black, black. 3 black, 4 black. Ay, caramba. Well, that ended up medium. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Just fails to find equipment. Wow, cringe. Every Ragavan deck should play snow-covered basics and equipment. First time a ganja being used. To play snow-covered lands, you are a bottom. I prefer the term little bitch when referring to such individuals. According to my calculations, one equipment is optimal. Yeah. What if you played Manriki Gusari in your main deck for those situations? That would be insane. Let's go. Is it even worth it to go to 61 cards for the equipment? Interesting. Probably not. Oh, the black sword from Kamigawa to pitch. Very nice. Very good suggestion. You played Search this weekend. It was useful versus Force of Vigor twice. Really Gucci. Yeah, it's nice. Do you prefer to go 0-1 into 3-1 or 3-0 into 3-1? I don't know. Free. Well, yeah, actually I know. I would prefer to lose the first one and go 3-1 because actually I don't know. Maybe not. Oh, 1 into 3-1 is stress inducing. I think it gives you a relief because you are achieving something as we speak in real time and you're like, yeah, bro, I'm getting better as we speak in this tournament. I'm salvaging my initial failure of winning a game of Magic. Alright, let's play around Fury Scam by going Sigarda Zaid, Memnite. I'd like to think if you're playing an equipment in your Ragavan deck, you are playing 61 equipments. If you make your deck infinitely big, you can include any tutor target. So, as the card pool is going to grow, if the power level is going to stay flaccid, then it's gonna be better to play bigger and bigger decks for all the corner cases that your Ragavans can employ. We can get Sword, we can get Kaldra. They're F6ing, let's get Kaldra. That means that if they want to Blood Moon, they can't. They need to kill the Stoneforge, okay. Nice. Blacksmith skill would be better here. Well, not necessarily. Maybe there's gonna be a spot later in the game where Surge would be awesome. Should I play Radiant Fountain or Calming Garden and Merktide in case I hit Titan of Monkey? Well, in Infinite Merktide you should play both. No wide up for the Surge. Oh, Pepija. Well, it's not Pepija. If they activate the explosives, I get to search for another 1-drop. So they activating explosives means trading a 1-drop for a 1-drop, effectively. What do I think about Modern Show and Tell? Did I try that deck? I don't know what you're talking about. But lately I've been transitioning from a meme streamer into a competitive streamer, so I actually just ignore the meme decks. I'm sorry. So I don't even look at them. I don't play with them. I just play Hammer in prelims, and that brings me more joy. Oof. Wrong saga, idiot. Go for extra damage with Enki? I could, but I can also play around Bolt with not using it. It seems close. Dramatic Entrance Traxa, yeah, I mean, that sounds funny, but... Am I going to play Merktide? I might enter a Merktide arc at some point. Is it round number 4? Yeah. If I had a song request in the queue at the end of the last stream, does that mean it played today? Yes. Well, maybe it didn't play, but it was skewed to play today. So, Price, you don't do creativity anymore since you played that before and being a good deck. Well, so the thing is that I just entered a Hammer arc because I can't focus on multiple decks at the same time. That's like the thing. I might enter a creativity arc and in the following month, for example. But that's after I finish the Hammer video and after I return from Minneapolis. I was thinking of a creativity arc, and then I can just play creativity over and over. And then eventually make a video about that or something. Seems worth saving. Is Solitude in 75 cringe or cringe? It's just bad. But yeah, some people respond positively to deck arcs, and I also respond positively, and it cures my depression, so it's good. If I play with different decks, I lose a lot, and when I lose a lot, since my self-worth is attached to my magic results, I feel really bad. So I go 3-1 with Hammer in a Prelim, and I feel like a god, and like my entire day is made. I go like 2-2 with Scam, the next day I go 1-3 with Hammer because I play decks with no exact no proper training. I feel like shit. So you just need to that's just it. So when I played meme decks and I was restreaming some like meme decks from other streamers, then I was mostly going 2-3 with them and feeling a bit bad, so I didn't like that. Cherry X-Man 3-0. But yeah, Certain Salvation was nice this game. It was mostly the same as Blacksmith Skill in most spots, but there was that one spot where it made us save from Creativity X3 if they had gone for it, if they had it. So yeah, now that we have 3-1, the Prelim, which is a decent score, we can finish our draft with a terrible win rate. Terrible win rate, Furtive list. But we should probably consider if we want to play the Ramotion Greatsword, because maybe some cards are better. Maybe anything is better. Not sure what though. Don't like Negate, Mr. Streamer. A main deck Negate? I think we could play a main deck Negate over the Greatsword. An extra land is better. I play 18. I mean, I have the 2 analysts, so maybe I could play 18 lands, honestly, with this high of a care. But I played like 17 lands, this and this. Let's play Negate. Probably gonna find a target in most decks, and if not, I can loot it to Furtive Analyst. The sword kinda helped in the games I played, but not really, and Negate would have actually been better. Can also negate the same spell twice with Chandra, Hope's Beacon. Alright, let's go. I also played the Blue-Red Battle, but it's just kinda not good in my deck. I think with how my deck is, the battles are not particularly flippable. I could flip them with Toshiro, Tetsuko, attacking, but small. What a modern name. It's like Manic Disenchanted Bro. Not quite, but keep. Is it a Polish name? Smolensk is where the plane with Polish president, many others, has fallen and crashed in 2000. Was it 10? It's been present in the Polish zeitgeist for a while. Probably gonna put back Barb on the basis of being the worst card. Gonna play 3 mana free on 3, why not? Agar, like you could keep Barb to maybe draw with Agar, but they need to play 1 toughness creature specifically. Mountain, very nice. We're gonna play in cycle for sure though. Well, this I could Barb. Hmm. Then they pass the second turn and suddenly they're attacking me for 4 damage. This is literally Fable of the Mirror Breaker. But better. Can block Captain Lenery with Agar. Oh yeah. Should I put back Mountain? Yeah. We draw a card. Oh, we can invade Rin. I think I'll play the Dinosaur though to block. I think I played the Rampaging Raptor 3 times so far, and I have not attacked with it a single time on the first turn. Always skipping it to block. Ay, caramba. We have the sweeper that deals 2 damage to each creature. I would really love to draw that. That's not it. It's not it. Please protect the invasion, I guess. Oh, they draw a card. Aye. So good. Aye. Maybe I was supposed to shatter the source fairy mastermind instead. That was probably a better play. What if you just attack and try to flip the Vrin? Well, then I just flip it and nothing happens. Or my opponent blocks with 2 2-3s and I trade for a 2-3. Good afternoon. Hello. Wasn't it worth to just attack with everybody? I mean, it deals 6 extra damage, I go to 4. How do I survive if I do that? Let's play Chandrella, kill 2 guys. Seems like the best thing. Might also make my opponent attack Chandrella instead. Now we're at 10 live, that's so good. And then Jada, sure. Jada Prajada. Black and white. Ale shredują te kombi. You do have Karsus, right? I don't. What the fuck, opponent? Like, do you know that you can attack with your creatures? Are you aware of that function? Did they play it from the top of their deck? I have the deal 2 sweeper. I mean, I think my opponent will unfortunately beat me despite their best efforts. They're trying really hard, but I think unfortunately they will snap victory from the jaws of defeat. What scares them the most? Probably this guy. Can also play the Shatter the Source on Barrel and carry Zephyr on Jada. Bro, so I love songs like this. They're relatable. The Jeru and Hazoret. Okay, I'll counter that, I guess. Because that's haste, 5-4. Yes, that's your attack. That's your attack. Don't send other creatures over. Okay. So what do we do now? Sweep 2 to all. Then we kill Jada. So they're left with Barrel and Joyful Storm Sculptor versus my Storm Sculptor and Raptor. You can rin and kill both flyers. I don't know what does it mean to rin and kill both flyers, unfortunately. Flip rin also. How do I flip rin? I mean, what? How do I flip rin? I can't. Shatter the source. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can sweep the entire board. I lose those two, but I have no cards. Maybe that's better. And I have Barb and Broodiclad versus no cards, and I have 6 life. Is it better or worse than if they have Bara and Karizev in play and I have my own Storm Sculptor and Raptor? It's kinda close, I think. But I will struggle a little bit against Bara and Karizev. It's gonna make me keep up blockers forever. Kinda sad to get rid of the Raptor, but also fine. Well, they keep a few game pieces too. They keep 3 creatures actually. Yeah, let's sweep the entire board. Those are good top decks. They also keep Jada. They don't keep Jada because I was killing the Jada in that play. So I hold control and I say 2 damage. And I copy. Wow. I guess they get to change their top card. What does it do? Draw a card and discard. Okay, so you just get to shuffle. So they knew their top card, and if it was a land, they can shuffle. Well, they might still win. Seems like they didn't. No, they did. They did shuffle the cards. Jeru, Eren, and Jada, and Printing Champion, and Joyful Storm Sculptor. Hazard of the top? Hopefully not. What's this? They don't have anything. They only have creatures. They shuffle any spells? No, they shuffled 4 creatures. So they 3/5 vigilance. Okay. Ooh, well. Would be nice, but I guess. No reason to play land, I don't think so. No one wants to address the elephant in the room. That's good because this is an elephant. Oh. Good draw. About to be one of the 30.2%. Yeah. Well, second from the top, sure. Oh no, now they made a spirit. Oof. Wait, I thought it's gonna put the Broodiclad on as the second from the top of my deck, not my opponent's deck. Wow, this card is good. You can also make this into a 3-2. Oh, it was their Brudiclad. They have their own one. Okay. So you might choose a token you control. If you do, each other token you control becomes a copy of that token. So do not choose this because that would kill all of them. Choose this. Yes? Each other token you control becomes a copy. Okay. Good. Oh, big casting. Alabaster Host Intercessor. Okay. That's fine. We have a board. Should try to draw planes. I should, yeah. Can get Shatter the Source that frees a Brudiclad. We can get Battle for Rin. Invasion of Rin. What do you think is better? Gives... Seems close. You mailed a White Source, sad. I mean, Shatter draws me Brudiclad, which then every turn makes it token, right? In my deck I have a white source and Skittering Surveyor to find the second planes. This has been mailed. So many turns do I need to win with Brudiclad? Not many. If I attacked and they block the 3-2, they get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, assuming they don't replay a creature. They got at 9, and then like an all-out attack kills them. So if they have nothing, then it does kill them in like 2 turns from now. I think I go with Shatter. Seems slightly better. Oracle of Tragedy, okay. They have 2 of them. Good 2-drop support for their bombs, I think. Rares. Discards Meeting of Minds. Caramba. So you sacrifice a spirit, then you choose target card exile with Quintorius. You may cast that spell with then you put it on the bottom. I have Elesh not in hand for sure. Well, what do they have in hand? Maybe I will like to kill Quintorius, but that would be a little bit of a little bitch move. Yeah, okay. They kept this over the divination because they knew this was coming, fair. Not too bad then for me. Could have been worse. The last card could have been worse for me. We still just play till we draw Elesh Norn Source and then We probably have some good attacks once Elesh Norn is in play. Like, with the discard Meeting of the Minds, they kind of get to cast it anyways. I don't know, this game is not looking great, but... Should he play a lands in a couple of turns, server plus none, can he play it in one turn?
Is $300.
If I draw another land, I'll play the land. Right now, there is no reason.
Lotus Field combo and won my 19-person RCQ tie.
Thank you very much for the donation. I missed the message. But you had a good result at your RCQ. Well, I appreciate. I'm glad that you had joy using my guide. It's 5-4. Straight 4-4. Maybe 2-1-1s is better. I think 2-1-1s is better. With, well, it only searches for legendary creatures. Like, how? Come on, how many can you have? Like, this is in the graveyard. This is in the graveyard. This is in the graveyard. They just don't have that many more. This is in play. They can have many more in their deck. What they're convoking. I'm scared, bros. I free for a flyer. Not good, not good. Planes, 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 planes. Thanks, 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 thanks. This game is absolute bullshit, chat. So they have one... I mean, they can cast... No, they can't. They don't have a spirit. 1, 2, 3, 4 power. So I think I just attack with everyone. 15. Maybe I keep back 1 token. Attack with 2. They also can't get spirits anymore. Yeah, that's true. Like, if they attack with... If they kill my Eleshon, I just die. That's fine. I think attacking with all is making it clear that we win next turn, and then they only have 1 draw step. This card is called Hollow Charge Scab. Nice, they drew a blank. Bros, we won this game. Despite my opponent's best efforts. Or rather, through my opponent's best efforts, we actually won this game. Nice. Doesn't seem like a great negate matchup. Almost only, like, very few non-creatures. So they play Jeru, Broodiclad, Lannery Storm, Barrel, Quintorius. We're gonna switch, I think, negate. Where is negate? Negate for change the equation. That seems like a better card for the matchup. Anything else? I don't really want Burning Sun's Fury. I wonder if you want Invasion of Kaladesh. Don't need to be good versus flying. Huh? Well, they had flying. They had, like, flying monsters. The Captain and Jada. I don't think I love that. The Barb is medium. It's honestly plays kind of okay, even if it's like kind of cringe. Don't mind playing it. I'll just submit after this change the equation. The sword could be nice. My deck is not a very good sword deck, and also we learned that it has a low win rate, so I'm never gonna play it again. I'm not sure. I don't think this is what the game is gonna be about, the sword. Don't I like the Azorius battle? I don't think my deck is very well very good at flipping the Azorius battle, but I do like it as a card. I think it's a great card. Especially since it will be splashed to Captain Lannery Storm. If I don't kill Lannery Storm, then I will suffer, so I'll just kill her. To carve out, can put it back on top and draw a card later with it. So yeah, now because of the Nahiri's Warcrafting bug, if we don't exile anything, we know that we're gonna be drawing those cards. Which is unfortunate, but I mean, I don't want to exile any of them from my deck. So I'm not gonna click yes. But second planes, second white source for my Elish bros. So apparently they do have enough legendaries for the Jeru. Yeah, well we did play the Jeru deck too. The Jeru and Hazoret. Oh, they don't hit anything too sick. We did hit Crocs and Kunoras, right? I don't think we hit Itali. We had Itali in the deck, but I don't think we did. DJ Eru, Degenerate. Oh, missed. I'll block. Good. And they could have instant speed effects, probably they do. I know there's a planes on top of my deck from a bug, which slightly influences me, makes me not want to play the Harald Church Scarab right now. Which I don't know if it qualifies as bug abuse, but it's not my fault, so I'll just pass. We've changed the equation. And I'll draw the planes. Errant and Giada, okay. I wish the cards that let you play cards from the top of your deck would have a clearer... would clearly say in the log whether they played something from the top, because you have to like take a look at the, like, you have to look at the hand count the entire time to know. More legendary Slamao. I mean, there's just a lot in the set, so it's not surprising. No attack. So what's 5 mana instant convoke? Have I practiced standard enough to easily dominate the Pro Tour? No. I don't know, maybe. I don't think we've seen any counters from them. We mailed over an island and a Brudiclad. We put back Nahiri's Warcrafting on top. Plains indeed, did you know it? Yes, I did. When are you flying to us? Who's us? There's no us. I don't know the English version of that dialogue. Jakie my? Nie ma nas. Jestem tylko ja i moje bagno. A jak wrócę, to otoczę ostrokołem. I don't know why the Eren didn't attack. Were they scared of anything? Maybe they were scared of the like convoke card. I don't know. Oh wow, another Warcrafting? That's insane. You can keep up Shatter the Source. But I'm flying for the PT on Monday. 1st of May. Storm Sculptor, okay. That's really bad to play into my Eleshnorn. We have the 6 mana flyer. Okay. I kill it? I don't think so. I don't need to kill it with Eleshnorn. The Grand Cenobite. Yes, wins the match. Yeah, my opponent didn't seem to have much removal for the Grand Cenobite. Who do you think are those two people alongside Eleshnorn? She's drawn with some attendants a lot. Do you think it's maybe her lovers? Actually, she's not drawn a lot with attendants in this artwork and this. Alone with a throne. Alone. Actually, she's always alone. But on that artwork, she has 2 bodies. Mom and Dad. Atraxa is 1. No, this is not Atraxa. Clearly, those are just like normal Phyrexians. The hollow foils are weird. The hollow foils, like this, just look so tacky. They're like, look so bad. The fucking like Phyrexian symbols. I know that's not the one you're talking about, but it does look tacky. And this kinda reminds me of Counterfeit Dual Masters cards that I could buy in kiosks when I was a kid. It's supposed to be the Halo from New Capenna. Halo? Alright, we are 2-0-2-0. Let's make a prediction as to whether we're gonna free out this draft, and I'm going to take a bathroom break before I'm going to finish it. Today we watched the React Andrew for sure. Yeah, today for sure. You got it. Uważaj z tym Halo, wiesz co się dzieje? No w mordę walo. Bros, you can't even hear the desk moving. Chancellors are a step below praetors, so they are chancellors if they have the honor of being next to Elishnorn. I don't think that's necessarily true. But maybe. Maybe they are just Elishnorn's lovers. If you look at the chancellors, they look kinda random. Angel, Vampire Man, they look kinda big though. And those were just people-sized. Alright, manage prediction, start prediction, Wilfrio draft. Five minutes, let's go, predict. Blue Wasabi. My hand sucks. No. I don't think it's a keep Chandra angle. I think it's just put back expensive cards angle. It's so depressing to put back your Chandra, and you know you'll never draw your Chandra. You'll never see her again this game. She's gone. Like, I greatly prefer not knowing where my Chandra is. At least having the hope to latch onto. To think maybe, maybe I can draw my Chandra this game. If you Google Elishnorn height, I think she's like 3 meters. 12 feet tall. 12 feet 2 meters. She's 3.6. That's large. I don't know if I play the lookout. Let's say I don't. They played no 2-drop. So if you're 75% of that. Still pretty tall. Aye, aye, aye. They play any more backup cards than the Ozolif is going to bury me. Okay, that's 5, not 4. That's good. At least a 3/4 beast doesn't attack from my 1/4. Chad, how many feet tall are you? Three feet tall? That's crazy tall. The beast gets +1/+1 if they choose. No? Why? What? Two counters? This is insane. It actually can get two counters at sorcery speed. This card seems good. Need to entertain Buka a bit. 5/6 double strike. What the heck? Bro, what you doing? I'm not beating that. So how do we beat Ozolith monsters? Bounce spell is better, kinda. Change the equation seems quite good. I don't think I want negate. The lookout doesn't seem good. Didn't seem good against any cards. Also on the play. Maybe I want disturbing conversion instead. Maybe the bounce spell. I don't think I want to negate. Seems hard to negate Ozolith. I think that's good. No kurwa mać! Jak mam grać? Z jednym lądem? Nie mogę drugiego dostać? Zamiast, nie wiem, tego? Nie, masz landerkę musisz dostać, super. Alright, let's see, click the mulligan button begrudgingly. Probably put back Eleshnorn from this end. Despite the fact that she's 12 feet tall and that's so many feet tall. Maybe it's metric feet. Or Irish feet. They have like different Irish measurements, probably not. Don't really need to counter this super hard, but played Fury Forest, maybe looking for a red source, and I won't spend my mana. Like, and I'm not guaranteed to draw a land for the analyst. Was Swift a sorcery, or was it an instant? Alright, we drew a land. Some justice. Ay, ay, ay. Point just flips the battle. That is rather snowbally. Oh, you're supposed to back up onto the Karsus depth guard. Interesting. You're supposed to back up something onto it. That's the payoff. Cool. This guy is so unbeatable. It's kind of insane. We can actually win with double into the fire though. We attack now and attack next turn, and we sweep the board, and we kind of on an even even ground again. Sure. Flip more battles, why not? Sure. Please don't make a 5-5. Don't make a 5-5. No, 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 not a 5-5. Wait, can you make a 5-5? Tag attacking creature. Yes! They made a 4-4. Oh. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Poke, 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 fucking jump. Oof. So close. They did not discard anything. Second time we copy the Into the Fire for a very helpful board wipe. Now they have 4 cards, I have 4 cards, we are even. Okay. Sure, 6-5, whatever. Unless she don't. Don't care. Interesting. Probably we just Warcraft for the mana spendage. We have the disturbing conversion to target their next creature, and if they play one. We need to. Is a 3/4 better or a backup? Can you block like creatures fire 2 or less? Let's hit the rare when in doubt. -5/4, good stats. -7/4, excuse me. I'm gonna play this and draw the Rain Cock Ring again, I guess. Ay, ay, ay. Well, that's mid. I think I still want to cock rings now. Just bad against removal, but I think so. Chandra is nice. So it's Sift on the front end. Yeah, but is Sift sorcery or instant? Like in general. It is a sorcery. So this is actually just Sift. I hope it's bacon. Nice. And now you have access to copy the Alabaster Host Intercessor or the Joyful Storm Sculptor, and we get to +1 Shaldra for to look at 5 cards. So should probably be able to navigate something here. Ozolev. That's kind of late. Well, maybe not. Searing Barb. Sad. She can just come down and double FTK. That's nasty. Yeah, it's pretty good. So I want to Intercessor the 4/4, which is gonna be a 6/6. Yeah, also it gives +2 each turn, it's pretty strong. It's pretty strong. I mean, I guess same thing. I certainly cannot trade for that. What a lag. What a good draw. Not happy about that. Passion Repo, I have no idea what the heck are you talking about, and I don't really care. I think, I guess. Yozelev? Vintage? What? They start putting counters on this? Why? Why not on this? Why do you need a -10/6? Oh, come on. I guess eventually they'll like make it power positive. Maybe they have this enchant. I mean, even I don't know. Even then. They should have had you in the abyss though, right? Yeah, I don't get it. Why don't they attack with the Fearless Scald? It's not a tally, it's Captain Legendary Storm. I mean, it's just a coin, but... I mean, it's not like I can attack for this hacking -611. I'll play a land out of boredom because now I have a mana sink in play. Dude, so makes sense. Can I actually win the game with what's remaining in my deck? I have Broody Cloud, so probably. And I can make everything into Joyous Storm Sculptors. Elder's None is literally the last card in my deck, but I still have the card that shuffles my deck, the artifact guy. No attack, what the heck, opponent? What are you doing? Why are you inting like this? What's the deal with no attacks? They even have a trampler now, they can start building a trampler, but they did not. They put counters on the double striker with no trample. I don't know. What What is... They have big plans, chat. Want to mail you out? I mean, sure, but... Now you get to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Joyous Full Storm Sculptors. So if we draw a Convoke card, which you have a draw 2 with Convoke, it deals a lot of damage to my opponent. 6. And 1 more each turn. Make all ramping Ferocidons. Well, this is not a token. You can only make your tokens a copy of another token. So since one of our Storm Sculptors was a token from the Invasion of Rin, you just have all Joyful Storm Sculptors. But yeah, I literally only have a Convoke draw 2, I think. Now I regret keeping my Hollow Hoppers in the sideboard, huh? Oh no. Death. Broodiclad dead. Time to put more counters on the Deeproot Wayfinder. Now it's Lannery Storm, okay. Sure. Sure. Alright. The Convoke draw 2. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I can't draw Elisham because she's on the bottom. That makes sense if they know you have Elish, the others didn't. Yeah. Well, I mean, I would think they would just start putting him on the Trampler and then have a big Trampler. That's kinda seems hard to deal with. I'll tap 2 guys and draw 2. How do I decide that? I don't know, bros. I just do. Take 6, by the way. Take 6. And we draw Surveyor, okay. We reshuffle the deck. Put Elishnorn on the top of the deck. Hopefully. And then we get an attack. You also get to take a look at our remaining 6 cards. We have another spell with Convoke. 2 shitty counter spells and a shock. No more lands to top deck anymore. I mean, it would be really good to draw straight to the source, right? Shitty shock might just do it with taking 1 blocker. Maybe I should start looking for how much damage I can deal too. Yeah, that's true. I can shock the Wayfinder and then attack with everybody. No, I need to take the double striker. Or rather it's the same. Well, that's not so great, but... So they have 13 life. They block 4 creatures. They block 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. So we don't kill them, we attack with all. But with the shitty shock, it doesn't kill them either. But if they play a creature spell, we get to incubate too if they pay. How is the Dino template that? Well, you can never pump creatures end of turn for the next turn. That's never how they work. Until end of turn. Until the turn ends. Okay, Trampler big. Serpent Blade Assistant. I counter. Also, nice ordering. Or whatever. Could have made Death Touch Trampler. Turn 19 Mana League. It's pay 4. They do have free mana. It's not actually Mana League. Let's go, Elish. Okay, we have Shitty Shock. So, as we calculated, it is not enough to kill them. We have 10, 12, 13, 14. So I can use this 4 times. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So I can use it 3 times. So it's 10 power, so it doesn't help. Can use that on the D-Strider. What's D-Strider? I mean, I think a Shitty Shock phase, and then next turn, if they don't play a creature, they block 1, 2, 3, 4 creatures, and I deal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, that's not enough. I just pass. This doesn't kill them yet. Well, the Dino Trample doesn't trample through a double striker. Or this, so there's 2 creatures that soak trample. And like my cards, like I have 3 cards and 2 of them kill them, and 1 of them is a counter spell. So I should be fine. So like counter spell wins, unless they play 7 mana card, and both of the 2 others also win.
He's a phenomenal.
But the lag is
control
pretty
player.
immense though. The attack I would have to think though. But yeah, they also like missed. They had like 5 attacks. 10,000. They had 10,000 attacks, but they didn't take any opportunities. Mm. There's a fly walking on my light. It's annoying. Because I see it. Scrapcia go? No nie dosięgnę. 6, 6, 4, 8. No blocks, I would die. Funnily, I would die. I do have to play game 3 with 6 minutes time up to 12 versus 11. It's a bit rough. Let's go. Elishnon or Convoke spell? Ay. The Convoke spell is gonna lag so hard. So they block, and I take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, yeah. No kurwa, daj mi zaatakować, no. Mordeczko, mordziaty. Myk, kurwa, jest, atakujemy. Yeah, double block, sure, why not? Alright, do you want to change anything? I don't think so. They snatched defeat from the jaws of victory for the second time in this draft league. Now I also even have some problems with Twitch chat. Am I dropping frames? Anything like that? Hashtag Glogowski Piotr 1234. Wow, could you please just not type it in the chat? 3, that's not okay. Not dropped, cool. So I don't know, maybe on my end too. I did notice that since the Mother of Machines update, the loading Magic Online screen stays. The loading Magic Online prompt stays on the screen for way longer, it feels like. Yeah, it's the battles. God gives his toughest soldiers the easiest battles. Toughest battles. You have Elish not in hand. I wonder when they abolish MTG and just roll with it. Why would they do that? It's the most... like Modern makes millions of dollars every day. You timed the limited Prelim yesterday because of the lags. Well, if your opponent also was lagging, then it's not true. You're just timed out. You were on an even ground, but sure, maybe. Seriously? Yeah, it was seriously Gershi's fault for timing out. That's my opinion. Actually, no, that's not my opinion. I think the lag is frustrating. Ah, that is the echelon from the last game, true. But I mean, there is no reason to abolish modo. Allegedly, they underpay their workers, the developers, right? Anyway, so it's not a huge loss to when you underpay. So I bet it's just profitable. Yeah, understaff and underpay. Allegedly. Well, it's your fault that you timed out if your opponent also was taking 6 seconds per turn to f6, but I guess we cannot know that for sure. As you can see, I'm lagging pretty hard and it is not my fault this time. This song is so upbeat, it makes me think of a song that would play during the credits of a 2000s rom-com. Yeah, it sounds so upbeat. Oh. Oh no, they get the trigger. They get to put a land. Better season Pyromancer, Invasion of Mercadia. That's actually true. He stood his ground in the mirror depths, his roar of defiance echoed by 1,000 crystalline reflections. Damn. Her warning raced through the roots and rivers
He's a
of Ixalan.
phenomenal control
Prepare
player.
for war.
Oh yeah, I love watching you play with hot moms on stream.
Thank you for the resub, Smurf. Yeah, pay 4 is a lot. Clock is going crazy for sure. I hope it's beacon. Excuse me, bacon. They had some haste monsters, but I can kill my Chandra, but if they do so, if they kill her, so what? Yeah, cycle that also live, bro. And she actually fixes my mana for Elishnorn and Grand Cenobite. Bro, this Chandra kinda sick. Very good card. A red card making mana of any color. What is the custom magic Reddit? Funny. But yeah, it is kinda weird. Instinctively, I assume that Chandra's mana is gonna be like only spent to cast instants or sorceries. But it is not like that. You can actually cast anything with her. You can cast Elishnorn. Which is funny because in lore they're actually enemies, but in my deck they were lovers or friends. Yeah, I get many more trophies. Than I did in Phyrexial will be one. But also, my opponents just plainly refuse to win the games in those matches that we played, so I don't know. Like I could have very easily been 1-2 in this draft. These two of my opponents just kinda gave up. At one game, your opponent was giga trolling. Yeah, exactly. It was kind of confusing. Alright, I'm not gonna play any more matches on stream, but we can draft another deck. How about it? And after that we finish. Interesting. I don't really want the tribute. So what's the best? The common's not so good. Scornblade Berserker, is that the best common? Am I supposed to take the Storm Sculptor? Fearless Scald? Scornblade Berserker? Tribute? What do you take? I drafted Joyful Storm Sculptor much, but not often. Inga is not that bad. And only one color? Seems worse than Fearless Scam to me. I'll take the Scald. Not sure. Then Essence Scatter, interesting. It's been really good in the previous game. Here we have Stoke the Flames, Captain Lenary Storm. I think Stoke the Flames is better than Captain Lenary Storm. Daily Derision is nice, but Stoke the Flames is on color with Fearless Scald. Sika is Pog. I mean, this is really like a pick after this. It doesn't seem to me like that would be true. %56 win rate? I don't know. Kami is a boring pick. Well, I am about boring picks, sorry. Noobs were beating with Vesika. Invasion of Amonkhet. So that card is really strong, allegedly, to the stats. I wish I had taken a derision now. I could take it. What else? Dispersal. Zada is a 4 mana free. 2-drop is a 2-drop. Let's take Invasion of Amonkhet. Do people not like Goblin? It has like pretty low win rates, but I mean, it's low priority, I think. And this card is really good. Preventing Champion. We did pass some blue cards, which is annoying, but this is 4 damage, so it flips Invasion of Amonkhet by itself, but I mean, the Champion is so good. There's also Pacifism. Not much else. Volduk was Omega Strong in the original set, wasn't he? I don't remember that. But you had like cheap auras and cheap equipment, which you don't really have in this set. There was a card called Short Sword, which was equipping for a 1 mana. And costed 1 mana to play. It seemed pretty good. Could take a land. Could take a sideboard card. Could take a green removal or a white removal. Maybe could take Cyber Cryptomancer because it had a high win rate. I never played with it. Pretty late Sculpted Perfection. Yeah, but I have blue-red cards. I don't know if the Sculpted Perfection is like all that great. It has 53% win rate. It's just kind of a shit card, I think. Let's take Caves, fix this mana. Like, if you read it, it's like a 4 mana free, but you have to pay 2 extra mana later, and then like, if you happen to be in both colors and have lots of Phyrexians, then it's also an Anthem, but seems unreliable. Can take Ice of Gitaxians. I'm not convinced on 17 lands data on this set because I think a lot of cards are only good in specific decks. Sure, I mean, people say that about 17lands.com data every time, and of course, some oddities are gonna happen and there's gonna be some weird things, but I think if it has this low win rate, that should guide you. I mean, at least it guides my feeling about it. I'll take the Ice of Gitaxias. Lame cards. This flips the battle nicely. What's that ship's win rate? I don't know. Maybe I take Gramosian Greatsword in this deck. I feel bad because I have the captain. Let's take the Greatsword. They're so good with this. Whoa, Assimilate Essence. I think Dreadship is okay. I think it's okay, yeah. 56% one, so it's slightly above mid. I think this is better than Kaladesh still. No artifacts yet. Also have a flash monster. Here you can take the Kaladesh, I guess. For a 2 mana play. Could also take Nezumi Informant. And I don't have to play red cards, honestly. Maybe I can play black cards. Because they seem maybe a bit more open. Let's take the rat. I don't think I'm losing much by not taking that card. Okay, interesting. So now there is a Furnace Gremlin and Piercing Deluge. So this is kind of a two-way street. I don't know. Let's probably take the Gremlin. Valduk. Land versus random guy. I'll take land. The Gravedigger is probably a stronger card, but it's like so unlikely to play it. This is a white card. I do have a white land. Could also take Cap Champion, which is on color. Probably not worth splashing. Invasion of Asgol is... It's ETB Addict. Let's take the Champion, I think. It seemed like blue is most likely gonna end up in my deck. Kogla and Idaro. Wow. Intercessor, Inquisitor, Pacifism. Not really Grixis cards in this pack, huh? I'll take Kogla and Idaro, and if I end up playing it, I'll play it. But I guess maybe it's better to take Herbology Instructor if you're using that POV. Maybe I should take a white card. But the white cards... Maybe the Intercessor? Because this is a card you can actually splash. And then you can like splash wire with it like reasonably easily. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Derision. Freewheeler. Collective Nightmare. Those are good black cards. Oracle of Tragedy. Oh, if we take a black card, which one do we take? Probably not the black one. Probably the black one, the Collective Nightmare. Or the Freewheeler. Is Freewheeler better or worse than Nightmare? I think win rate on Nightmare was higher. As a splash card, Nezumi might be better. Because it's better when played later. The Nightmare is just a shock. Bold. I have the champions too. Let's take the Nightmare. Invasion of Zendikar, Shatter the Source, Ephara's Dispersal. I don't think you're going up much, just going Derision and seeing if we can go be blue-black. I mean, I can play that in blue-black too. That's what I'm giving up. I think Dispersal is easily better than the Huntmaster. And it's blue, which I think I'm kind of locked into. Or at least I am now. Can play under Eyes of Gitaxias. Yeah, and seal is fine, but it's not hard to get one later in the pack. Maybe shatter the source. With 2 campions. Render and is fine with invasion. Yeah, but it's a black card and it's kinda lame in general. I'll take the shatter. Alright, I regret that. Because ice is better into blue-black. It seems like a full-on Grixis type deal, maybe. The red cards are weaker, like the second Shatter the Source is weaker. Don't care. Great Sir, don't care. The 2-drop is... I don't care for it. Let's take the 6-drop. What happens, I guess. How have you found Invasion of Eldraine? Never played it. Tetsuko with pinning champion seems okay. Gloomfang Mauler fixes a bit. Wingspan with that pinning champions too. Mauler great with invasion. I may take Mauler for fixing. Or Tetsuka for the champions and like blocking. Let's take Tetsuka. But it's not... it's close. Kite Shell is really strong in the set actually, sure. This is pretty bad. Stasis Field? I don't mind Stasis Field. Black-white land doesn't help much, but I guess... is blue-black good enough with everyone forcing it? I don't think everyone is forcing it. I have not been forcing it. Just draft the cards they give me. So please don't accuse me of forcing anything. I'll take the Invasion of Dominaria. I might play it. I don't think my deck looks like a good Kite Cell deck. Okay, we have random 2-drops if we want to. I did 3 on the Prelim, yeah. I did go 3-1. Good pick, Raf. I don't know if that makes sense. Seems like black has to be splashed. Roughly in this deck. We have 2 black lands, so that makes sense to splash black slightly. You could take the dragon. In that case. What do you think, chat? Dragon? Take the dragon. Sift? I hecking love Sift. This card is okay. I don't know how much of a bomb that is. $57.6. It's not that crazy. Less bomb than also live. Yeah, feels like. But I have white lens, so that's why I consider this and not the other live. I'll take the Invasion of Rin. I like it. I like Sift. So another Gargantua, but maybe we'll take Ingaru Nice. Because the Gargantua is so rough for us to actually play. Unseal the Necropolis, that's a black card. Another Intercessor. Let's play the other Intercessor, that kind of makes sense as a splash. Wicked Slumber looking pretty good. Which one is Wicked Slumber? Gonna take as far as Dispersal. Tap and stun. I never try to finish the game, so I hate it. I never pick it. I think just for killing battles. Maybe. Third Dispersal is kinda maybe a lot. I don't love the third one. It's kind of harsh between black and red. All right, whatever. That's high win rate. Let's go. Quintorius. Quintorius looks good in my deck. I don't know what else is in the pack because Tofu is over my screen, but Quintorius is a free splash. If we play blue-red, we splash it with those. And we have lots of spells, so he's gonna make the spirits. Clitorius, that's a good one. Can take a land, okay. Yeah. You don't have a green card yet, Kavu. It's so funny, chat, sometimes. Let's take the 49% win rate card. Let's take for the guy, the ship, Wicked Slumber. I never played with Zelfron Shapecraft, seems odd. Alright, Valduke, get out. Black cards go out, get out of my deck, unless you're worth splashing, which is gonna be the battle, and maybe the collective nightmare too, or maybe it's just the invasion of Amonkhet. I don't know. I splash this. End up splashing this. This is 34 cards. We have lots of cards. I don't want to play Zelda because why? The frontliners attack the battles. The dread ships, kinda random. I don't care for the dread ships for my deck. I don't care for the frontliners for my deck. I don't think I play the Ramotion Greatsword. Dread ships are nice with Tetsuko though. Alright, I'll play one. I did not play the Collective Nightmare. Can just splash it with 2 sources? Without swamp? Is it fine? Or do I need a swamp? I have a swamp, so maybe I should. And you would need 1 more card. So probably gonna play 2 FR dispersals, not 3. Not like that tempo interested. I will start 3 sources minimum for splashing Madur the boss. Yeah, you probably should play a swamp. 1 plains, no more swamps. Island. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 islands. 7. Nice cat face. 7. Permanently move the camera, but I will keep it this way. Actually, it looks kind of more dynamic, and it's like I'm like, yo, bros, welcome to the next episode of Canny Drafts. We drafted a sick deck with sick cards in it, like Quintor's Loremaster or other exciting standard staples like Invasion of Amonkhet. Like and subscribe. So I think that's how I build it. Maybe I'll open this deck later and I will change something. It is very likely that I was possibly supposed to play blue-black based or even red-black. I don't know. I almost always draft Grixis colors and splash white, and I almost never play green unless I play 5-color green this set. And I don't think I drafted a single aggro deck. Well, there was an 0-2 deck, that was the mono green, okay. That was 0-2. The Yorion one, that was a 2-1. White black, alright, this was a 3-0. Smash the like button, I never said that. Well, now I said it, but white black again, almost the same deck. Also 3-0. 5-color bullshit, that's also a 3-0. I played 41 cards because why not? 3-0 with... Well, this was a green-white deck, I guess. Green white deck. 3-0 with knights, blue white. Okay, that wasn't. This was not really an aggro deck. This was also a 3-0. I played this few drafts, or do I just 3-0 all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, there is 6 3-0s. And if we go to league details, I have 5 trophies. Huh? Yeah, the truth was that one was a massive 3-0. This is the first deck I drafted. And I timed out because of the battle lag being so bad. So I said it was a 3-0 in the picture name. That said, thank you for watching today. I will come back on Thursday. I hope to see everyone back in here watching the Thursday stream unfold. And I hope that you're gonna stay hydrated until then. Peace.